Hello everyone, welcome to Rob's Gaming Table. I'm Mel, and today I am going to continue and hopefully finish the Lord of the Rings minis that we've been painting in the previous episodes. So we're painting the minis from Lord of the Rings, Journeys in Middle-earth, Spreading War expansion box. This has been a fun little series to paint through all of the minis kind of on stream. 99% of the minis have been painted using the Army Painter Speedpaint new line. Thank you so much again to Army Painter for sending that over to me. It has been so much fun to experiment with the different colors on these minis and see the results. I'm really happy about it. So today we're going to finish up. I have 4 warriors and I have 2 like orc guys to do, and then there was a few, I don't want to call them mistakes, but there was a few things that I did in testing with these paints to see what the colors looked like, and I'm not super happy with it. So there's a few touch-ups I guess I want to make. So we'll see if we can have time to do that on stream. If not, I'll just tell you about what I'm doing and then I'll do that off stream. We'll see. But that is the plan for tonight. Hello to everybody that is watching live, and to anybody that's watching later. Hello, welcome. Stuart, hello. Sean, hello. I think we're good to just get started. Brett, hello. Hello, yeah, I think we're good to get started. So we'll get down to the table and I'll show you what we'll be working on in today's episode. So I have 4 of the warriors to do. You'll see there is some paint on some. I was doing some testing before when I originally got the paints to start. I just wanted to see what some of the colors look like. We now also have the mega set, so we do have more colors to experiment with, which is great. And then I have 2 more warriors. We did do orcs. We did do orcs in a previous episode, but I have 2 more. So that's kind of what I'm going to be working on today. I think I want to start with the warriors because I want to do some metal on the helmet and the shoulder pads, and then I want to let that dry and then be able to go over that with a wash. So Ultravioletta, hello. Lightwire, hello. Tempted to work on minis right now. I'm not sure if I'm too tired. I think that is something that a lot of people feel, right? You get home from work or you sit down on the couch, you're like, oh, I should probably paint some minis, but I'm also really tired, so I'm not really sure what to do. I get that as well, don't worry. So I'm gonna put I have 3 bases, or 3 holders. So I'm gonna put 3 of them on holders and I'll just kind of transfer 1 out as I need. That's okay. Okay, so I'm gonna start with exposed skin. So for exposed skin for these warriors, we only have the face. So for that, I am going to try this Crusader skin. Chris is asking, were there any damaged minis in the expansion box? Saw lots of folks reporting damaged or missing minis. No damages that I'm aware of at all. Even, I think this one has a bow and arrow. It wasn't even bent. It looked straight, all was good. Yeah, the orcs have axes. Everything is straight. Nothing is broken that I've seen. Missing minis, though, I don't think so. Not in mine. Even the fire, the flames that are on top of the tower, they're all intact. Everything is good. So yeah, I didn't notice any damage in my expansion box. No. Not at all. Brian, hello. Thank you, Mel, for showing me I can paint and enjoy. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. This Crusader skin that I'm using, I did use it on the testing mini that I did do before. So I'm just going to match the skin or the face for these 3. So I'm just going to add it to the wet palette, not adding any water or thinning it down in any way. Now the face is very tight, so I am going to use a very tiny, my detail brush, very tiny so that I don't make a mess and get this everywhere. I'm going to do the exposed face, and then I'm going to do the metal plating so we can let that dry. I wanted to do the face first. Sepire? I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, so sorry. Welcome, hello. I wanted to do the face first, just so that when I do the helmet, it doesn't, hopefully I don't get any bleeding or anything going through. Definitely used a little too much, so I'm going to just clean my brush off and then try to clean up any of the excess. Perfect. I like how it fills in the eye sockets and everything too. Sean is saying, you marked you tested something out and you're going to redo later. What experiment did you try that you weren't happy with? It wasn't that I wasn't happy with, it's just things that I did that maybe the color. So here's one of the examples. So I believe these are the orcs that we did on the stream. And I was happy with these. I liked the orc skin color that I used, and I definitely mixed some colors to make that. In my initial testing, and it's not bad, but I used the orc skin, what was it called? Yeah, it was called orc skin from the Speedpaint, and I used it right out of the bottle. And I just found it was too bright and too, I don't know, cartoony. So I want to fix that. Just because it's looking at it's bothering me. I want them to be more of like this color, you know? They're fine technically, but yeah, so just things like that. All right, so we don't need that. So I'm going to go and do the metal. And I'm going to use from the War Paints. So this is plate mail metal. This is from their metallics. And I'm going to do this on the helmet. I'm going to do the shoulder pads. I'm going to do the plates on the arms. And it looks like there might be even around the shins. There's a little bit of metal there. So I'll do all of that first. And for this one, I have just a 00 brush that I've used for metallics. I didn't know when I started painting that people suggest not to use the same brush for metallics and regular paints because of all of the little particles in the metallics. So I've started to try to make sure I use a different brush whenever I remember. Sometimes I forget, but as best I can. Hey, Orbit. Oh, just going to start playing some LOTR LCG while you paint. Oh, awesome, awesome. What scenario or what are you playing from? The revised core set or expansion of some kind? Okay, and then I'm just going to do the same on the other shoulder. Hands are always super shaky at the beginning of the streams. Okay, and then I'm just gonna do around both arms and both legs as well. And now that I'm looking at it, it looks like the fingers are actually exposed under the under these arm plates. So I'm gonna also fix that and add that same Crusader skin that we used for the face. Oh, Lightwear says I use the same brushes with metallics and non-metallics, but I wash the brush with brush soap before switching. Oh yeah, I guess you could do that, but that's kind of a pain, is it not? To have to keep washing in between. I guess if you did all of your base color paints, washed your brush, and then did any metallic, yeah, that wouldn't be so bad. I just have one that I know because it's kind of beat up and painted versus some of the other ones that I use that are newer and a little bit cleaner. Oh, I guess if you don't have brushes, yeah, you don't have extra brushes. That makes sense. Yeah, yeah. For brushes, I just pick up whatever pack on Amazon that gives me a wide variety of ranges. So something that's like 000 to maybe, I think the highest I have is a 7, but I rarely use those. I don't paint, I feel like I paint things that are tinier, right? If you're going to paint maybe a bigger mini that was all one color, or maybe you're doing, I don't know. I don't even know. Maybe if you're doing like, yeah, something big, maybe some sort of terrain, maybe you would want to use a bigger brush, but I don't use those sizes yet. Oh, Chris, I've experienced with little shine flakes where getting where you don't want them, and you've learned the hard way to dedicate a brush to metallics. Yeah, so I can't remember in one of the streams someone told me that. So I'm trying. Sometimes I forget though. You don't even think about it, and you just put it in. You're like, oh no. But I try my best. Oh yeah, and get new rinsing water. Yeah, that makes sense because you do find that they get into the little flakes get into the water. Yeah. That's why too. I think I talked about in the last one that I always have a little bottle with just clean water in it, so that if I want to add water to any paint, I can just add the drops this way. First of all, I can control how much I'm putting in, and it's clean water, so I know, as you know, your cup, like we just started, so the cup is not dirty yet. But once you start using blacks and browns and dark greens and blues, it becomes like a muck. And you don't want to be adding that in if you're maybe doing you want to thin like a yellow, or you want to thin even like a white, right? You don't want to be adding this like muck color water. So, okay. And I'm gonna do the same thing around the legs. Okay. And then we're going to do the same for these two. I'm going to use the Gravelord Gray from the Speedpaint line over top of this because I find that it acts as a nice dark wash over any kind of metals. I've tried it on some other minis and I like the results. And then again for the hands that I missed previously, again, just using the Crusader skin. And then just around the legs again. Is your approach not in to out, but more of mix or just whatever you feel like painting at the time? Do you mean like first in, first out? Or is that what you mean? But for painting, it's kind of like we'll put it into a queue, and then based on priority of either how soon we want to get the game to the channel will be the order that I paint it, or yeah, it pretty much is that. When do we plan to play it? So we may pick up a game, but we don't plan to play it for a while. So that one, I'm just gonna actually put this under the fan for a minute and put the other mini on that stand. If we pick up a game, we don't plan to play it for a while, then it might sit on the painting queue for a little bit. I think I have this game and 2 other games that I'm like in the process of painting currently. So I don't always just paint also one game at a time. But yes, these speed paints will help with that, hopefully getting the games painted faster. And then there's the queue of games that we've purchased before I started painting that I would love to paint. So, but those obviously are like in the back of the line. This game, I don't know when we're playing this game, but I was very excited to paint some of these minis when we got it, so I just kind of started on it. But also sometimes too, if a game only has one mini, let's say it has like a party marker or something, I may just paint it quickly when we get it, just so that it's done. So there's no real method to the madness other than trying to get the games done that we want to play right now, and then kind of queuing up the other ones. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fix this, but I got some metal on the face. Okay, that's good. Just like fluff on it. Oh, I see. Sorry, by in you meant the inner parts versus the outer parts. Yes, I usually do start with any, I also sometimes start with lighter colors, any kind of face or skin I start with first. Anything that's indented, I'll start with. Any kinds of whites, like lighter colors, any kind of hands, anything where I need to kind of be careful. And then yeah, that's just usually how I start. And then I'll kind of like work my way out. So for this case, we're doing like the face, like all of the inner parts, any kind of skin. And then I'm doing the metal because I want to be able to go over that with another color. And then I kind of just go from there. And any kind of white I like to do. I don't know why. I don't know. Gletson, welcome. Thank you if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I guess there's no real rhyme or reason, but the other strategy that you can do is to paint similar colors so that they don't dry on your palette. So and then you can mix with other colors if you want. So if you're going to paint, let's say, a shirt, one color, but maybe you want to mix it with another color for a purse or like a satchel or something, you have that color already ready. So you can kind of paint by color. And then again, just the Crusader skin over the exposed fingers. Hudson says, I don't think I'm saying that correctly. I'm so sorry. It says, hello from Brazil. I love the simplicity with which you present the lives and how attentive you are to us. Oh, thank you so much. Well, welcome, welcome. We enjoy having you here. Makes it more fun, for sure. It's always better to have people to chat with when we play games or paint. Oh, Lyra says, I've never painted a group of the same or similar minis, just one alone. I see. Okay, yeah. That's how I used to paint as well, like one mini at a time from start to finish. It's new as well to, I guess, like batch paint or like assembly line, paint them. But yeah, I like to paint one mini straight from start to finish as well. Or maybe not all the details in the washes, but like a base coat everything one at a time. But again, I'm very, very slow when I paint, and I think that one thing that would speed that up is to paint similar minis with similar colors at the same time instead of one at a time. So something I'm working on. Okay, and then we just got one more here. And then just the metal around the legs, and then all of the metal is done for these warriors. And then we can move on to some of their clothing. Okay. Let's do, so for their clothes, I'm thinking about doing a black or a gray. Maybe a gray. Yeah, let's do this Gravelord Gray, the Speed Paint. And I think what I'm going to do, this mini does have some straps and that, and some buckles in the front. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use this gray over the whole, all of the clothing of the mini, including those straps. And then what I'll do is I'll go over them. I think it'll be easier and faster to then go over them slightly with the color that I want, either a black or something to pop them out a little bit more, or like a leather brown or something like that. We'll see. And then I want to use some green. I think they actually have, okay, changing my mind here, because I'm looking at it more closely. I'm looking at it more closely, and it looks like he almost has like a plate over the body and then has something underneath. So I'm thinking that I will use this camo cloak for all of that under color. And maybe I'll use that as well for the straps and that. So we'll use, definitely using the Gravelord Gray for the pants and the plate piece that looks like it's on the top. And then we'll use this camo cloak for the what's underneath. I don't know if you can even see it. It's very hard to see, but you can see that like under here, it looks like there's like a different color, a different type of material. So we'll use that green, and then we'll do the same in the front. We'll see, you can see that there's like little spots under there. So we'll do the same in those spots. Do I ever mix speed paints? Yes, I have. And the results have been perfect. I haven't had any issues. I think I'm actually going to do this camo green first in those little spots. Oh, that's not the brush I want. I'm also going to do between these plates with the same camo green. I'll just add a little bit of color and make it so that it's not such a dark mini on the board. Just adds a little bit of color. And then the rest we'll do in that Gravelord gray. Put it by the fan so that it can start drying, and then the paints won't bleed together when I use the next speed paint. LOTR, hello, welcome. LOTR, what are you in the process of painting right now? I think last time you were here, you mentioned you were doing Townsfolk Tussle. And I did see the minis that you posted of that. They look great. Oh, you're still working on Townfolk Tussle and some Kingdom Death. Nice. And you're making red sauce right now for spaghetti later tonight. We had spaghetti for dinner tonight too. Awesome. Okay. Just gonna look at this. I think this is the one that I did first. Yeah, and most of the green from the speed paint is dry. There may be a little bit of pooling that's still wet, but it should be okay that it's not going to blend through. And I'm just looking that I missed the elbow, so I'm just going to fix that. And it was when I hold it up to the camera, I realize things I missed. Like magnifying it for myself. Okay, so now for the rest of the clothes of the mini, I'm going to use the Gravelord Gray. Again, I'm going to go over the belts and buckles and all of that stuff right now, and then I'll go over it with a different color later. I'll go over top of that. I think it'll just be easier for me than trying to be super precise. Oh, bright hued manicotti, that's good too. Manicotti's very good. Yeah, stuffed pasta is very, very, very good. Okay. I'm gonna do the shoes a darker. I'm gonna use the grim black for that, so I'm gonna leave those for now. But these have a fan off to the side, helping dry things faster. Oh, you just completed scenario 10 of Gloomhaven Draws the Line. Awesome. Brett, you're enjoying that game, eh? That is a fun game. Okay. Let that one dry. For instance, 10 times better than the puzzles in Sudoku. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Gloomhaven is better than Sudoku, is what you're saying. Okay, I think a lot of people here might agree with you. Does applying 2 layers of speed paint make any difference or just reactivates the one that is already there? Yes, it will reactivate the layer that's already underneath. It is suggested to do 1 coat. You could varnish in between if you needed to or wanted to then apply a 2nd coat. If you needed to just kind of spot coat, let's say you realize, like, you paint your mini and you realize, oh, I missed a tiny spot, maybe like under something that you want to fix. You could probably kind of dab the paint in there and fix it. But if you're actually going to paint over, it will reactivate the paint, yes. So it is recommended that you apply 1 coat. And it has been recommended to me that if I ever wanted to do 2 coats, to maybe do a varnish in between. So that it doesn't reactivate the paint underneath. I actually watched a whole video about it today, which was very interesting. That even applying the white, like a white coat over top, can reactivate the paint underneath, and then that paint color can start mixing with your white. It was very interesting. I haven't really had to do that at all, I don't think. I've done just 1 coat, and then, you know, if I needed to just put a speckle in there where I missed, you're fine with that. But if you're going to start reapplying, it most likely will start reactivating the paint underneath. Okay, I'm just going to use the base from this one. Okay. These guys look neat. I'll paint them myself. Okay. Let me, oh, I don't know why I took that off of there, but that's fine. We can put this guy back on. I'm going to start, bring all these ones back and just leave that last one that I did so that we can do the spear. So we're going to do a similar look to the spear that I did in this testing one. So I'm going to use this hardened leather. If I can, there, hardened leather. And then I think for the tip of the spear, I'm going to use the Grim Black, and that's the same color that I'm also going to use on the shoes. So get multi-use out of it. So I'm going to use the hardened leather first on the handle. I'm just gonna okay. And I just have one more over here. Okay. And I'm going to use the Grim Black, and I'm going to use that for the tip of all of the spears and the shoes. Oh, Brett says, yay, the speed paints are at my local shop. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. And just using that same grim black on the shoes. Okay. And I'm going to put that under the fan because I want to, once this is dry, wash the metal, the plate metal. So it doesn't look so shiny. Lightwire says, I think I'll eat dinner now, then maybe varnish the dwarf that's been collecting dust near my Xbox, LOL. That's awesome. What is the dwarf from? Lord of the Rings? Or is it just a mini that you picked up to paint? Oh, Clank Legacy, nice. Daniel, hello, hello. Okay. That is also done. Putting that there. Okay. I'm going to take a very, very quick break. I'm going to run to the washroom. I'm going to grab a drink. And when I come back, I'm going to wash up the metal on those warriors that we've done. I want to do a gray base on them as well. And we'll work on these two orcs. So I will be right back. I'm back. Thank you. Thank you. Daniel's saying, do you know if you have more granule dividers for the cards for Aeon's End, crystals lower than 2 cost, 3 cost, etc.? I seem to have gotten an extra set. Daniel, you're talking about Aeon's End Legacy, right? We haven't got it yet. If that's what you're talking about. So I don't know. I don't know. Okay. I'm just gonna grab the 2 that I put in the back. It dries up relatively quickly, and especially putting it in front of a, it's not in front of the fan, it's farther back, but still helps the process. So what I want to do, you know what, I think I'm actually going to take a dark wash instead. Let's use the Quick Shade Dark Wash from Army Painter. I'm going to use this instead, I think. I think that'll give it a different look from the other ones that I've used where they have metal, and I've used the Gravelord Gray. I also used the gray on the mini, so I just give it a different look. So I'm only going to place this over where I have painted metal. Oh, Aeon's End in general. That's a good question. I have no idea the answer to that. I'm sorry. Okay. So this is just going to go over top of any metal that we did earlier. So we'll fill in any of the recesses. It will also make it not look so shiny. Which just darkens up all of the plate metal. So it doesn't look like it's brand new. Yes, ask Rob, he'll know. So I'm just gonna do the same thing for the other 3. Daniel, did you get your Aeon's End Legacy today? I know you said it got delayed, right? On Friday because of the weather. Oh, you got today. Awesome. Oh, but you were away most of the day. Oh, not always the case. We did not receive our copy today. No, no. Likely tomorrow, maybe? I have no idea. Thought it was supposed to come today, but I'm just gonna put them all there to dry before I do a base on them. Next, oh, I do need to take one of these holders. We're gonna work on these two orcs. This was the style that we did the orc in a previous video. Oh, sorry, in a previous video. I think I'm gonna go similar colors. I know to make the orc skin I mixed, so I'm just gonna have this here kind of as like a guide, but I might change some things up. I think I'm gonna change the boot color up to maybe more of the dark wood. I didn't have that at the time of painting these orcs, so since then I do have now the mega set, which has some more options. So I'm just gonna, yeah, I think what I did last time was I mixed the orc skin with a little bit of Zealot yellow so that it wasn't such a bright green. I think I'm just going to do a drop of each one and we'll see. Actually, I should probably put maybe 2 drops of this and 2 drops Zealot yellow and 1 drop of the green. Daniel says, I warn you, the box is pretty much Madara size. Oh, okay. That's crazy. Now I might add more green depending on what this looks like, but actually that might be good. That might be good. Okay, I'm gonna put it on the mini and we'll see what the color looks like. If it's too bright, then I will adjust. Now it's not like that. No, I'm gonna add more yellow. I'm just gonna take that off using water. Okay, let's see what that one looks like now. I think this will be more of a, yeah, this is more of the color that I'm going for. So it's not so bright. And I'm just gonna do all the orc skin this color for both. What did do? Okay. Okay. And then I'm going to do the same thing for the second orc. Getting paint on my face. Okay. I'm also going to, I still have, I don't know if it's still good. No. We're going to again use the plate mail metal, the War Paints metallic. And I'm going to use that for the helmet. I'm going to use that for the chest plate. Oh, I see. Sorry. Just see something. The elbows are exposed here. So I'm just going to, before I do anything else, fix that. Oh, just the one. Okay. Okay. Now we'll use the plate mail metal. These away. And again, this is going to go on the helmet and it's going to go on the chest plate. And we'll put a wash on this so that it doesn't look so bright and shining. A lot of details on this guy. Okay, and then I'm going to do the same thing on this one. Matthew, hello. I am having a great day. I hope you are as well. Okay, I think we got all of the metal. Actually, I'm just going to do the knee pads as well, or these, not really knee pads, but they're like a spike around the knee. I'm going to do that as well. Okay. There's one color in here I have not tried yet that I want to try if I can find it. This one. This runic gray. Thinking I'm going to use that on the pants. Yeah, I think I'm gonna use that on the pants. I think for this one I used the Gravelord gray, but I want to change it up a little bit. And I want to see, this is one of the colors I didn't have before. So, and I haven't tried it yet, so I want to see what that looks like. This is the runic gray. Unless I put it on the mini and it looks blue, which it may. Yeah, this may look blue, so I'm just gonna do a tiny little Yeah. I think that's not what I'm going for. Don't want it to look blue. So we will go with the Gravelord gray for the pants, and for the back of the shirts hanging down. Lots of recesses in these pants and boots. Do the wrap around the arm as well, the same color. Okay, we'll do the same thing on this guy. Okay, and then I did not initially do the metal around the knees on this one, so I'm just going to quickly add that. Next, I'm going to use dark wood. Oh, one more thing, sorry. I'm just going to use that same Gravelord Gray around the wrap on this guy's arm as well. Just so it's like the same as the other guy. Okay, I'm gonna use this dark wood, and I'm gonna use that for the belt. I'm gonna use that for the strap. I'm going to use that for the whole central buckle area. And I'm also going to use it for the handle of the, I guess it's like a mallet that he has. So we're going to use all that with the dark wood. I'm going to avoid the satchel or the bag that he has, and I'll do that in a different color. Okay, and again, we're going to use that same color, dark wood, for the handle. And we'll use it for the rope that's holding the mallet to the handle as well. Might use the same color for the boots as well, or I'm going to use a black. Maybe I'll use a black. So then doing the same thing on the second one. Matthew says, I like how they are using a different color cap for the speed paints because I have a lot of Army Painter paints and that helps me distinguish what type of paint it is. I know I'm being Captain Obvious, LL. No, that's true though. But they do, right? They have for all of their metallic line, they have black caps. For all of the washes, they have white caps. Gray caps for all the speed paints, or I guess like a silver color, and then all of their base paints are white, which is good. If you have them all in a holder, you can definitely distinguish what is what. So yeah, it's awesome. And in my little like holder that I use, I keep them all kind of together. I don't know if I'll be able to even get it on screen. But I have like all my washes in a line, all my metallics in a line. So I do appreciate that. Okay, and then I'm going to do the handle. Whoa, second time I draw my brush today. Okay. Oh, Stuart says, I paint the top of the cap with the color in the bottle. I only did that for one. Someone told me to do that, and I did it for one on stream, and then I never did it for the rest. So you do it like that, right? Where you just kind of dab the top of it so you can see what color it'll look like when it dries. Yeah, I did this one because I was using this paint on stream, and someone mentioned to do that, but then I have not gone and done that for all the other ones. I only have one that has that done. Okay. Next, I'm going to use this Grim Black. I'm going to use that for the mallet itself and for the boots. I really like the black speed paint over white primer. It gives it a very like worn look, right? So it's not perfect like looking at the mallet where you can see the edges are still white. So it looks like it's worn and been used, which I like the look of that. Yeah, Matthew, someone told me that in a stream before because I think I was talking about how sometimes when you look at the bottle, the paint isn't exactly the same as the color that it will look like on a mini. Sometimes after you shake it or just sometimes it just looks slightly different than what it looks like when it's in the bottle when it's wet. So someone suggested to me that I dab just a little bit on the top of each bottle so I can see what it will look like when it's dry. And I just have not done that yet. But yeah, it's a great idea. Okay. Oh, good. We'll do the same thing on this one. Matthew says, you're so right. That is a dry brushing technique. So, sorry, you're so right. That is a dry brushing technique to me. Sorry. Now the base wash highlight is, yeah, it's all in one. Sorry. I was like butchering that. But yes, it's all in one. So you don't even have to worry about it, but it still makes it have that same effect. Which I like. Some colors I think more than others. But they all give that look of being washed, but some of them, like I think this black, especially over white, I haven't tried it over like a zenithal or a gray. Oh, I missed a little bit of the brown there. Just give it a nice look. Okay, I'm just gonna put a little bit more on there and do the boots as well. No, no, it's not your bad typing. It's me, sorry. It's Monday today, but it feels like it's been a week already. Like it feels like almost like a Wednesday or Thursday. So that tells you it's gonna be a long week. Okay. I'm going to use this Greedy Gold from the Metallics line for the little bags that are on the side of the orcs. Okay. Okay, now that we've done all of the base colors on the mini, I think because we did the plate mail first, it's pretty much ready and dry. So we can start to do a wash over that. and then I'll be able to leave that over to the side and base the warriors that we did first that are over there drying. So I'm going to use, again, that dark tone wash. This is again from Army Painter, and I'm going to do all of the metal. I'm not going to do any of the other stuff because I think it's looking good by itself. So I'm just going to do all of the metal that we painted just to dull it down a little bit. Then I'll just soak up some of the pooling that I'm seeing. Okay. And then do same thing on the other one. Yeah, I agree that the pants kind of, because of all of the crevices in them, they do kind of have that like white, black, like the lines. But I think it might be more so. No, I think it's okay. I think it looks more gray when you put it up to the camera, but yeah, you're right. I did, oh no, I did that for all of them. Yeah, because there's lots of crevices between that. And then the boots too, like they kind of blend together, even though you can tell that they are two separate items. So maybe I should have used the black on the pants, but it's okay. Like a gray. The thing too is if I think that they're too light, I could do a wash over top of them. I think they're okay right now, but it is something that I could do in the future if I didn't like the look of them, just to darken it up even more. Okay. So I'm going to put these guys under or by the fan over here. And I'm going to bring back my warriors so I can do their bases. Actually, one thing I'm going to add is I'm going to add a little bit of a detail. Oh, it looks better up close. Okay, okay. Yeah, it might just be from far away in the camera. So I'm going to add just a little bit. I don't have any left. It's dry. It's giving them optical illusion. Yeah, it might have been to the lights that were shining on it from the lights in the room as well. And the angle that it was sitting on the table. So I'm just going to give a little bit of detail on the buckles before I do a base on. It's very subtle, but okay. So for basing, I like to use this color that's called Necromancer's Cloak. I think that one is empty. I have to put that one upside down for a little bit because I think that one's empty. Okay. Sometimes I have to do 2 coats with this, but we'll see what it's looking like. Matthew says, just want to say thank you, Mel, for showing these speed paints off as much as you have because we can see the utility they can do. I think I speak for all of us. Please continue Mel's painting episodes. Oh, thank you so much. I will definitely continue. I don't know what I'm painting next. But yeah, this has been fun. Yeah, I really like these speed paints. I like the versatility of them. I like how fast I can get through minis, which is great. I love the colors. They come in great colors. I'm very happy with them. I'm definitely going to continue to use them, that's for sure. Yeah, and for the painting episodes, I'm not sure how they will continue. I'm not sure if it'll be always painting through a full game like we did with this one, or if it'll just be whatever I'm working on that week. I'll just bring it to the table and show you guys. So it could be multiple games being painted at one time, or I'm not really sure what I'm going to do yet, but I definitely want to continue this because this has been fun, and it's also helped keep me painting regularly. I think someone brought it up at the beginning. Lightwire, I think, said, you know, I want to paint, but I'm tired. And I think we all feel like that sometimes. But this is kind of, I don't want to say forced me, but it's kind of encouraged me to keep painting regularly, even if I'm tired. So that's awesome. Okay. I think they'll need another coat when they're drying, but I'll just put them under the bin for a second so that I'll be able to do that in a few minutes. I love once you put the base on, the base paint on, they start to come together. Sometimes when you look at the mini and you see all of the roughness around the edges, you're like, oh, okay. But then once you put the base, it starts looking good. Just looking if there's anywhere that I miss. Sometimes I miss things like underneath arms, or, you know. But no, I think those look good. So I'm gonna do the same thing with these two. Or like, where you can just see there's like a white speckle here. So I'm just going to fix that with, I don't know if one of those are the black. So I'll just dab one. I don't know which one that was. Okay. Motivates us for sure. Oh, thank you, thank you. Okay. Let's do again. So that Necromancer's Cloak. Okay, and now we're gonna do the same for the next one. Okay. Just gonna add these as well. to my fan. Okay. Something. So last week when we were streaming, we were painting this guy. And then as soon as I did the hair, it just looked awful. It looked like he was wearing a helmet because I think the hair was too dark. Just wasn't happy with it at all. So I went over it with the white, and the white has since dried. I have not touched it since then. So I'm thinking that maybe I work on, because he's the last one that I have, minus maybe a few touch-ups. So I think I'm going to finish him off as well, so then we can be done pretty much. I'm debating. I'm not sure yet. So again, like I said, these were my test orcs that I did when I was testing out the speed paints, and I only had limited colors. And I tried the green orc, the orc skin right out of the bottle. Kind of thought it was a little too bright. I could try to do a wash over it to see if I can darken it. Then I since then mixed some colors to make a orc skin that was like this. I'm debating possibly leaving it, maybe just doing a wash over it to darken it. Or my other option is I paint white over it and I try again. But I'm still not sure what I'm doing with that. I also did I did it more of like a hide armor, so it was like more of the browns than the metals. I'm happy with that. I don't need to change that. But I'm just not sure what to do with the skin of the orcs. So that's something I'm also thinking about in the back of my mind. But I might just leave it, I'm not sure yet, maybe just with a wash over it. I'm finding that they all don't look the same. Okay. So we have a card of what he's supposed to look like, or kind of a guide. And I think clearly I did his hair too dark last time. I'm thinking the whole mini is kind of dark, but I'm thinking I will use I think I'm going to try something different this time. I think I'm going to use I think I'm going to use the Gravelord Gray for the hair, but I'm going to thin it down with the Speed Paint medium that comes in, the mega set. Use wash? Okay, I'll try with the wash. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe I can even use like, instead of like a black wash, I'll use like more of a brown wash. I don't know. Yeah, this guy has been bugging me all week. And yeah, but we're gonna finish him because I want to have all the minis done. Minus maybe if I decide I want to touch something up. But, okay, so we're gonna use this Gravelord Gray, and I'm gonna just actually, this one's slightly dirty, but or stained in some spots. I'm gonna thin it down. We're going to see. Actually, before I do that, I want to use this gray on, like, behind the armor, around the neck, like all of where it's kind of like a dark, and then we'll do like a brown dark wood, or dark leather for all of the belts, or all the straps. Sorry, not belts. So before I water this down, I'm going to use it straight out of the bottle so that I don't have to put it into another pod here. And we're going to use the, or I'm going to do the cape and everything because the whole mini is kind of dark. Elaine, hello. Your day of work is finally over. Amazing. That's awesome. That's a long day for you. Relaxing at last. Oh, nice. Glad you are here. Yeah, because you're Eastern time, right? So that's a long day if that's the case. Okay. I'm going to do the metal around the wrists as well, so I'll leave that. I think we'll do hardest part sometimes is getting underneath the mini, or so for like getting, can't really see this way, but like all behind to do the underside of the cape. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, it's been a long month. Oh, just north of Tio. Oh, okay, okay. Yep. That sucks. Do you have some time off coming up or some time that you get to relax, or just dealing with a big project? Okay. Well, I can't see his boots, but I'm going to assume they're the same color as the rest of him, so that he doesn't look weird with like brown boots on or something. We're gonna just do them the same color. Oh, by the way, say I ordered the mega set and can't wait to get it. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. I can't wait for you to get it either. Late May, so a couple weeks. Okay. I'm going to, I don't have a lot left in my little well here, but I am going to add a little bit of the Speed Paint medium. I want to thin it down a little bit. I don't want it to be so gray, or I don't want it to be so dark, because when I did it last week, it almost looked like a helmet instead of hair. It looked strange last week. So I want to thin it down so the white really shines through, and it's almost like a, gives it more of the contrast instead of it being like a solid color. It looked very solid last time. I don't know. It looked very strange. So we'll see what happens when we do this. And if this is too light, I'll use a wash over top of this instead of adding more of the speed paint, just so we don't reactivate the paint underneath. I would rather just add a wash to it to darken the hair instead. Now it's interesting to see, by adding a little bit, I added 2 drops of the medium. You can see the difference in the hair versus in the pants, or the, yeah, I guess we could say like the pants area where it was the solid Gravelord Gray versus adding a little bit of the Speed Paint medium to mix to, it's the same color, but you can see how it really dulled down that color. So I think I'll definitely need a wash or something over top of that because it's definitely too white through. Maybe I can try a little bit more after, but I'm afraid to do that. So I'll probably just use a wash, or even wash a couple layers of a wash until I get that dark color I'm looking for. But I don't want it to be a solid, like a solid black or solid dark gray, which is what it looked like before. So it's definitely better. We're getting there. It's not perfect yet, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Okay. I'm going to do the wrists as well. I didn't do that last time. So I'm going to do the wrists with the plate mail metal. This is from Metallics. Oh, I see, I see. Get easier end of March, then 2 weeks off. Oh, just in time for your new paint. That's awesome. That's so awesome. Do you already have an idea of what game you're going to paint using these paints? All right. And he's got another wrist plate over this side as well. You know what? Maybe it is dirty blonde hair. So Edward's saying, I thought the portrait showed a dirty blonde hair. See, to me, it looked like almost like a, not like a gray hair, but maybe. We could also put a brown wash over top of what we've done. I don't know. I'm not going to get this right, and it's going to be one that I look at all the time and I'm going to be upset with it. But if I was going to say, if I use a brown wash, we can probably get that same look. But it's hard. It's very hard to tell for me. Maybe it is more brown. I don't know. They all look like like it's all like a similar shade. It's hard to tell. Hard to tell. Okay. what I'm going to do is, I didn't realize when, I think because I was frustrated with the hair situation that was happening, is I didn't realize that his hands, it was, were exposed, and he just had like cuffs around his wrist. So we're going to use the pallid bone. And I think I lightened it a little bit. I think I know I did. With, I don't know how much, but it's fine because we'll lighten it with a little bit of the speed paint. No, I didn't do that. I think I used the holy white just to try to make it look similar. It's okay if it's not perfect. Losing my marbles. Here it is. Losing my marbles. So we'll add a little bit of holy white and just, oh, come on. There we go. Yeah, I think it's one of those, is the dress blue and silver or black, or silver and whatever, and I don't remember that, whatever it was, like blue and white or black and white and silver or something like that. It's one of those where it's like you look at it and everyone's seeing different. So I have to play with this. I don't know if this is even what I did, but I thought I lightened it. That might be okay. I think this is darker than what I did. I wish I had realized that when I did it. Let's see. I think it's okay, actually. It's similar. That one, yeah.
The part on it?
That's the same one, yeah.
Oh.
Is it two different people?
No, because like easier
Oh.
to see or more on it.
Okay, well, it's interesting. So thank you. Rob brought me the cards from the LCG. So we can see that this one is the theme. It's bigger, but again, when you look at this, it does almost look like gray to me, but anyways, but this is another version. So I mean, I guess it's up for interpretation, because this one looks definitely different than this guy. But I do appreciate this picture is a little bit bigger, so. To me, I see like, you know, like darker at the top, and then it's like lighter at the back. It might be the lighter or something shining on it. Oh, thank you, Rob. Okay. Then I'm going to use the dark wood, and I'm going to use that for the straps across the chest, the belt, and I'm going to use that for the sheath of the sword. The only thing I'm going to do before I do that is I'm going to just dab a little bit of the matte white over the black splotches where I have black on there that I don't want that. So I'm just going to put a little bit of white over top of that to correct that before I do that part of the sheath. Okay. So now when I go over it, we won't see that. Using the dark wood. Yeah, the dark brown wash will break up. Yeah. Yeah. I'll let it dry a little bit more and then we'll do that. We'll see what happens. Okay. And then looking at, thanks to Rob for bringing this one down, I can see that the horn should be a brown, maybe a lighter. I think I'm gonna do the same darker brown, but it does have some silver edging. So what I'll do is then go across all of the little ridges with a silver. So I'm going to do the whole thing that brown. And then I'll go over those little details after this is dry. I'm going to use my tiny brush for a second. Because I'm afraid to get it on the face. Okay. Oh, sorry. Edward says I'm not familiar with the term strong tone since I haven't painted minis since high school. But okay, so for so the dark tone that I have is more of a, I would say black, watered down black wash. The strong tone is like a very dark brown, watered down. The soft is like a light brown. And then the flesh, I feel like it is a brown, but it has more of like a yellow tone to it as well. So those are the different colors that I have for washes. Yeah. Oh, and your speed paints are on the way. That's awesome. Sorry, am I missing something? Just reading quickly. Yeah, I'm thinking, Matthew, I am thinking a strong tone in the hair. So it'll be like a darker, oops, a darker brown, not quite black. I could water it down a little bit if we think it's going to be too dark, but I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be fine. Okay, the only last thing I'm going to do before we try any of that is on the handle of the sword, I'm just going to use matte black just for the handle blade, or for the handle, yeah. That's also, I was just thinking, sorry, but Edward, that's awesome that you haven't painted since high school, but these speed paints, they're on their way and you're going to start painting again. That's awesome. Ah, like watery or something. I try to dab my brush on my hand so that it doesn't drip onto the into the paint, but it doesn't always work. Okay. Oh, okay. I'll take your word for it. But Edward says, as Rob to bring over the Horn of Gondor card from the LCG, looks like it's brown with gold at the bottom and top. Okay. So if you look at this one looks like it's brown with silver, but we can go with the gold. That's fine too, right? Because we've done a lot of silvers and that in here. So we can go with gold. Okay. The other thing too is that now the metal is also dry. We did that in the previous stream, so that's all dry. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over that with a dark wash. You'll be able to see the tone of that as well before we go over the hair with the brown wash, the strong wash. Oh, thank you. Oh, okay. Rob can see the chat, so he brought down our Horn of Gondor. Oh, I see. Interesting how. Okay, so again, up for interpretation, you can take the brown with the silver, or you can take the brown with the gold. We're going to go with the brown with the gold for Edward. Yes, that's awesome. I love how you can take all of the inspiration from all of the cards, from just the shows or movies or whatever, from the books, if you can mentally put that into perspective, and then paint these guys up. Hello. 20's asking, have you had any issues with the bright speed paints blending through the white and light tones? A lot of semi-pro painters on YouTube have been talking about this happening. It can happen, yes. It did happen to me one time, but what I realized is that I need to let certain areas dry. So, for example, I'm trying to think here. First of all, the speed paint dries pretty quickly. I also have a fan here, so it does take it does help speed up the process of drying. But okay, maybe one of these would be better. Sorry, my face in the camera. Okay, so if I were to paint the, let's pretend we're doing this in a different color than we are. But if I were to do the helmet, let's say in a black, or the Grim Black, which is the speed paint black. And then right away, I tried to do the orc skin with that like yellowy color. If the helmet is still wet, around the edges where it's gonna pool, it's gonna mix together and you're gonna get like a muck color or not the color that you're looking for. What I've been trying to do is let the areas dry before I continue. So I might do like, I'll do this orc. When I did it, I think I did like the metal first, then I did all of the orc skin. Then I went and I did the pants and the boots. And then I would go back and do other areas around. So that's kind of how I've been doing it. It's kind of like blocking it out. And I haven't really had that issue since. But again, I am using fan to help dry. And I also was doing kind of like assembly style. So we have, I can bring all these over anyways, because I need to do another coat of the base anyways. Like I was doing like assembly style. So by the time I got back to the second one, after going like all of skin colors and then go back, and then I did like, for example, then I did all of the green under for these guys, do all the green. Then I go back, and then I started from the bottom. I did all the pants and the boots and all that. And then I did around the sides, and I haven't had an issue since then. But I did notice that it was an issue at the beginning, yes. And something that I kind of just worked around and figured out how to deal with it. Yeah, I think when I've watched a lot of videos on speed paints, the other thing is a lot of pro streamers are trying to paint as fast as they can. Like they're going to take this mini and they're going to say, how fast can I paint this? Well, when you do that, you're not giving time to dry, right? You're just kind of slopping it all on and then seeing what happens, which is fair. That's fair, but you might have some bleeding in some of the where it's going to pool in one area and then mix when your brush touches or accidentally hits the other area. So it can happen. But but you just kind of have to work around it. And I figured out how to work around it by kind of blocking the areas or by assembly line painting. Haven't had an issue since. But if that answers your question. Jess, hello, hello. Oh, Edward says, got my Journeys in Middle-earth minis waiting for paint along with Horrified Imperial Assault and Flame Rogue, etc. Awesome. That's awesome. I am almost done my Imperial Assault as well. Horrified I've never painted, but that's neat. And then Journeys in Middle-earth, once this is done, then everything will be painted for Journeys in Middle-earth, which is awesome. White Rabbit, hello, hello. Okay, sorry. Back to what I was saying. But that was a great question because that is something that is important to know, that you can have bleed through. So we're going to use the dark tone wash. We're going to do this over any of the plate metal on the Boromir here, on the chest plating, on the shoulders, on the blade of his sword. And that'll just help fill in the recesses as well as, dull it down so we don't have like shiny metal. You could leave it shiny if you want. And just same thing, just over these wrist guards. And then little knee pads. I was like dreading this guy. After we had that issue last week with the hair that looked like a helmet, I was dreading him. But I think we fixed him up nice. Okay, next we're going to try the strong tone. So this is the darkest brown wash that I have. We're going to try this over the hair. We may have to do a second coat, but we'll see what happens once we put the first one on. Making sure that it's all dry, yeah. I guess I can show you too that you can kind of see the difference in the wash. So you can see that this one is more brown of a tone versus, I don't want to put my brush in it, but you can see that this one is more of like a darker, a blacker color. Like you can see when they're beside each other. So we'll see what this looks like. I also need to fix too the ears because it looks like he's got the ears between the hair. So I might have to go over that after all this is dry. Make it so that you can see those ears. The other thing is I may just go with whatever, even if this isn't the color that we're going for. Just because I initially put the speed paint over, then I put the white paint over because I didn't like it. Then I put another coat of speed paint and then a wash. And if I start all over again, we're going to lose all of the detail from the hair because we're just kind of putting paint on top of paint on top of paint. But we'll see if we use a couple coats of this or even this one and then a lighter brown. I don't know, a lighter wash. We'll see. We can experiment and see what happens. I'm also going to put this wash just around the chin area because it looks like he has some stubble there. So I'm just going to put that along the chin area as well, which might pop some of that out as well. I think I need to put a little bit more here. I got to say, this is much better than the hair helmet for anybody that was watching last week and we saw what that looked like. That looked terrible. So once I pop those ears out as well, it might not look so bad, but I think already that definitely fixed it. Definitely much more happy with that. 20 says, I did my first mini painting ever the other day on a random mini, probably D&D. I think it turned out great for my first, using Army washes and D&D contrast paints. That's awesome. That is so awesome. Jess, you like the shiny? I like the shiny too, yes. But do you think in Lord of the Rings they're like shiny metal? Maybe in a different game. I don't know. I can't see them. Oops. I can't see them going out to the battlefield and they're all like all pristine and clean metal. But I mean, you can do whatever you like. Yeah. So he says, you inspired me to start to get my Journeys to Middle Earth minis going. LOL. That's awesome. Oh my gosh, that's so good. Yeah, Edward, I can do that. I can do a dry brush with some gray over the wash. Yep. Or something darker than the gray. Make the white streaks less bright. Yep. But it's definitely much better. Yes, it's much better. Okay, we're gonna let that dry for a minute. And I'm just gonna do a second coat of basing on those guys. We'll just let that guy dry for a minute before we touch him anymore and make a mess. Because we don't want to dry brush on it until he's dry. So we are going to take this one. We're going to take our Necromancer's Cloak, which is what I used for the first time basing. So we'll go through a second coat of that. I don't know if that's enough, but we'll see. And we're just going to go over these one more time just to clean them up. Sometimes the streaks come through still. Should I put them to the side over here? Also, Jess, if you're still here, we were talking last week about you painting your minis, and you posted your mini that you did in the Discord, and I have to say, you did a great job. You need to be very proud of yourself. You did an awesome job. I would be very proud to play with that. Okay. Those guys are done. He's drying for a second. The other thing we were talking about before is, I think I have to do a second coat. Like you can see the difference, how you can still see it's like a little bit streaky. I don't think I did second coat of basing on all of those ones. So we're gonna do I'm thinking about a dark wash on, I'm just looking at the skin of the orcs to make the, like the only way to get them to be the color that I did on these guys is if I go over them with white and redo. I don't know that I want to do that. Like they still look fine. They're just bright. So I think if I take either a dark wash, which is more of like a black wash, or if I take the strong brown, which is what we used for the hair, if I take that, the other option, I feel like that's a bad option, would be to take, if we took like, problem is I don't know that I want to paint over these with another speed paint because then it'll reactivate the paint underneath and it could make a mess. I don't know. So I'm thinking I just try a wash and we see what happens. I also need to do a second base coat on that as well. Maybe I go with the brown. The brown does have some more yellow. Oh, actually, maybe if I went with the flesh, which has more of like a yellowy undertone, we could try that. It is the lightest one, so if we want to build on that or if we want to go darker, we can. Maybe I start with that. Yeah, black wash will definitely darken them. I agree. I just don't, I'm still in my head trying to decide if I want to darken them or if I want to like yellow them, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, don't repaint. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I didn't want to repaint them, but just trying to think of how I can fix them so they're not like cartoon. Like I compare them to like Ninja Turtles. Like the color looks like if I was painting a Ninja Turtle, which is not the game that we're trying to paint here. So let's use a little bit of this flesh wash. We'll put that over top. We'll see what happens. I'm just gonna move all these cards as well so I don't knock them. And then I'll just redo a second coat of basing on these guys as well. Into my eye. Okay. So this may not do anything really, except Just making them a little bit darker. I'll clean up that pooling in a second. Might also be hard to tell until they're dry what this color will look like. I don't know if that's doing enough. The other thing is we could do multiple layers of wash. That's fine. It'll darken in. You're a huge Ninja Turtle fan? Yeah, see, and you could tell that they look like Ninja Turtles. Actually, it does make a difference. We can see, because was exactly the same color. We can see that it did dull it down a little bit, so that's great. The other guys look yellowish green like a pickle. Yeah, exactly. They do kind of look like a pickle. These guys look like Ninja Turtles. These guys look like pickles. I don't know what I'm doing. But we're rolling with it, because, yeah. So we will do the same thing on this side. This one, maybe it was slightly brighter, maybe, or it's my eyes, I don't know. But are orcs more like pickles or more like Ninja Turtle color? What would you say? I would say more like maybe in between a pickle and a Ninja Turtle, but I didn't get that. I wanted to try it right out of the bottle because the color was called orc skin. But I feel like it was too bright. Let's help a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna let them sit by the fan. We're gonna take a look at them in a second. We'll bring back our friend, Boromir. It doesn't look terrible, actually. I'm not mad at it. I'm just debating if I need to do, oops, sorry. I'm trying to look at it. I could, excuse me. Orbit, thank you. Good night. Good night. I do like the mix of both. Yes, I do. Yeah. And a lot of times with Journeys in Middle-earth, they either come in singles or pairs. So I have 4 of them that are in the pickle color. And then I have 2 that I just did that are a little bit of a darker. So if I keep them together, it's fine. Yeah. But I think I'm okay with this. Maybe I'm gonna do a little bit more. I'm thinking what I can do is like darken like a little bit at the bottom with a little bit more wash, and then I think it's fine. I think it's fine. It looks much better than it did before. But what I'm going to do is try to get the ears. Oh, that's not the right brush. Let's use this one. I'm just going to paint the ears, but I'm thinking we won't even see them because of the color I'm trying to paint them. Yeah, let me, 1 second here. Let me, oh. I'm gonna take this Corpse Pale, which is very, very light, almost like a beige, and I'm gonna use that for the ears. It's not gonna be exactly the same, but they're not gonna pop. I'm not gonna be able to make it work with.
If you look at his,
Oh.
yeah, if you look at his cape in that picture that I gave you, so I brought the
Oh.
card, you can see his cape is like a gold.
Yeah, but I'd already done it at that point. Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, I can fix that. Well, I can add that, yeah. Add. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to use the Corpse Pale just in the ears because I won't be able to do anything with speed paints that'll be able to make that color come out. Okay. Oh, and it's plugged. Okay. And looking at this, Rob was also mentioning that it looks like there's some gold like around the outside of the cape, and it looks like based on some BGG photos, that's also what people did. So we can do the line around the cape with a gold as well. Oh, Edward says, looking over the orcs in the LCG, they have a wide variety of shades of green. Okay, that's perfect. That's great. Again, too, in your game, you can do whatever you want, right? You can paint anything, any color you want. Okay, I'm going to use my detail brush for this because I want to try to color in the lines here, if I can. So using the greedy gold, I'm just going to try to go along the edge. Adds nice detail to that. Yeah. We're going to use the same greedy gold to go around the to go around the horn as well. Perfect. So I'm going to use the same brush. And the horn is slightly different than it is in the picture of the Horn of Gondor, but I'm going to just go over these raised edges with the gold. Looks cool. Okay. Then I'm just going to use that corpse pale just in around those ears. Again, this is not going to be the exact same color as the skin color that we chose, but I'm not going to be able to use speed paints to paint over that. So we're just going to dab a little bit in the ears. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, the gold does look cool. Yeah, thanks, Rob. That does look good. Okay. Just going to use my Necromancer's Cloak, and I'm going to do the base of this one, and then I need to just do the recoat on those two because they look terrible. Just adding a little bit more. I need to do a second coat on that, so I'm just going to put it under the fan to dry. Edward, I'm tricking you because those are not the ones we did the wash on. These orcs are the ones we did the wash on. Those ones all look good because they were done with the same, like a similar color. These are the ones that we put the wash on. Still happy with them. I think I'm just going to do one more coat of the wash. Or I'm going to use a stronger one. Still not sure yet. Actually, I'll put those like that for now. So I just want to quickly fix up also don't know what I was thinking. I don't know why I didn't do all of them at the same time. I think I didn't realize that I was going to continue streaming and painting the whole expansion. So I just want to kind of show off a few of each. And yeah, that was a bad idea. Okay. Oh, Matthew, I'm sure they will. Matthew says, I had to give my wife the disclosure that my speed painting will not look this good. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. This is just one coat of paint slapped on. It will look as good. This is what they are intended to do. Oops, I actually want to leave that on there. Okay, I'm going to use a tiny bit of this strong tone. I just feel like I need to make them a little bit, yeah, darken them down a little bit, yeah. Jez, your painting does look great. It does. You think I have patience? I think I just, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I spend way too much time on minis than I should. So this is the strong tone. We're going to put this over top. Yeah. And we'll see. I'll clean up where it's pooling so we don't have too much. Yeah, the fan definitely helps, but if you're doing multiple minis at the same time and you're kind of batching through, that also just helps. Over there. Oh, no problem, no problem. I'm not a pro, so I'm glad I can teach you something. This is just what I do. And when I'm only actually do when I'm streaming. When I'm painting, normally I paint upstairs and I'll just like take a break for a minute, go stretch, go to the bathroom, go do the dishes, you know? Or just kind of sit and watch TV for a minute while something's drying if I need to wait. But I've only, other than one time in my practice, I've only really painted with these speed paints down here on stream. So maybe using the fan, I would use the fan when I'm using the speed paints going forward, even not on stream. How do I keep my brushes so clean? I recently got a newer set. I want to say a few months back. I can't remember exactly. I started out with one set, but they all kind of started to look like this, right? Everyone has brushes that look like they've been through the ringer. I have other ones that are completely like I've used like for dry brushing and stuff, so they're like completely ruined. So I had this one set, and then recently got another one. So I think they're just still kind of new. So that might be how I keep them so clean. But I definitely don't, because they definitely turn out like this. Also, hello, Joey. Just patience or OCD, that's exactly it. I don't know. We can call it whatever we want, right? Okay, and I'm just going to quickly do one more last coat on this one. This one's actually not so bad, but you can see a couple speckles through of the white. I do try as best I can, though, Joey, to clean my brushes after I'm done using them. And I also try to clean the handles, so that usually can help. Okay. Oh, you know what I did? Not a big deal. I painted all of the character bases black, and I painted all the enemy bases this gray. And then while talking, I painted this guy's base gray instead of black, but that's an easy fix. What happens when you talk? Talk and paint. And I can fix that. Okay. Just gonna check on my... Yeah, I think these guys are better. They're not as bright now. They're muted down. It's okay. I'm happy with those. I'll fix their bases. I'm just waiting a second to let it dry a little bit so I'm not mixing the gray and the black together. Okay. Oh my gosh, you said hands, Joey. I'm going cuckoo. I thought you said just in quick scanning, I thought you said brushes. How do I keep my hands so clean? Well, yeah, they're not too bad, but I did take a washroom break partway through where I washed my hands, so maybe that's why. He's a traitor. Exactly, White Rabbit. Hello, hello. Yeah. You know why? Because in my head, I was only painting enemies today. This guy, yeah, he messed with me for sure. That's okay. We can easily fix that. We'll just take this black and go over top. You were saying about my hands being clean, but yeah, usually I have a whole mess right here because I like to wipe any water off the brush right here, and then I get paint all over my hands. But there. Perfect, perfect, perfect. You put flocking on the bases? I do not. I do not have anything currently, any base products yet. Eventually I may. Something that I say to Rob every now and again. If we're in a store and we see, then yeah. One day, one day. Okay, I'm just going to, I think we are, actually put the characters right here. We did the whole set, the whole expansion is ready to be played. Oh, that's just. We did it. We did it. We did the whole expansion. Thank you guys for watching. Wow, that was fun. That was fun to paint through, other than the few test minis that I did just to test out some colors, to pretty much paint the whole expansion on stream. That was awesome. Yeah, wow. Wow. That feels good. Another game is done and ready to go. Ready to be played once we are ready to play it. Wow. That's awesome. Just quickly scanning. Definitely happy with how the speed paints look. I'm definitely happy with the colors that are included. Most of these were painted with just the starter set. We did do some mixing of colors to get additional shades of colors, but partway through we did get the mega set. We were able to experiment with more colors, which is awesome. And I'm definitely very happy with how this looks and how this has come together. Oops, I'm shaking the table. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah. Wow, that was fun. All right. That was cool. Thank you guys for watching through that and your suggestions on colors. And yeah, that was cool. Oh, White Rabbit hadn't seen the elephant. Okay, hold on. We can show you. We can show you more up close of the elephant. I did the elephant and the two towers in one stream together. And then I did the characters all in one stream. And then I did a couple of the foul beasts and wargs, and then a couple of the trolls, and then or orcs in another stream. So yeah. Jess says, thank you for letting us watch. No, thank you for being here and hanging out with me and helping with suggestions, with color choices, with ideas. It's awesome. It's great to have people here to chat with also while I'm painting. Matthew, you're so funny. This is my go-to painting stream. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Again, I'm not a pro by any means. I am a hobby painter just like you guys. I paint minis so they are fun to play with on the table. I don't display any of the minis. I don't put them in any kind of competitions. I never would. I just paint them so that they look neat on the table. So they're table ready minis. So I'm a hobby painter just like you guys. So everything that I did, you can definitely do as well. These speed paints are awesome. The look of them is awesome. The speed of which you can get things done, awesome. Definitely awesome. White Rabbit says, can't wait to see more. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure when the next one is. I'll have to talk with Rob because I don't think it's scheduled yet, and I don't know what game I'm going to be painting. Again, I don't know if we're going to continue this as like series of paint streams where I am going through one game throughout each video, or if I'm just kind of whatever I'm painting that week is what I'm going to bring to the table and show you guys. So I'm not really sure what we're doing, but definitely we will schedule another one soon. I like the whole Monday night. That just works for like my work schedule and for Rob's schedule as well. So we'll see. But yeah, I don't know what the next game is. I'll have to take a look at what we got going on. But yeah, definitely if you are interested in seeing more of these paint streams, first hit that like button. That's awesome. That helps me to know that you guys are interested in these streams. Make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell so you're notified when we go live. That always helps. And yeah, so the next one will be scheduled soon, so keep an eye out for that. Tomorrow we are playing Journeys in Middle-earth. We're playing through The Haunting of Dale, and it should be the finale. So if you're interested in that, tune into that. And I know on Thursday we're also playing through the next campaign in The Hobbit for Lord of the Rings LCG. So you can join us for that as well. And more streams will obviously be scheduled shortly. So thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you again so much to Army Painter for sending over these speed paints. They have been so fun to use, so fun to show off for you guys on stream. I'm so happy that I have them and I can continue painting with them. Happy to bring them back to the streams. Yeah. So thank you again to Army Painter. Thank you to you guys as well for watching. Anyways, you guys have a good night and I'll see you in the next one. Thanks. Bye.